Okay, folks, happy Friday. TGIF. Now it's TGIF, as I like to say. It's not until I'm home and showered. Before that, it's just TF. Yep. We made it. We made it to the end of the week. Made to the end of the week and a hopefully heavy painting weekend. Okay, so wait for people to show up, and we'll pick up where we left off, which is working on some Byzantine cavalry. Got about a month of working on Byzantines, and then hopefully we're done with them all. But it is going to involve some a lot of work. So I am going to go ahead and wet this. I'll be right back. Let me wet this, and that way we don't get interrupted by that. Okay. Let's get some light in the background here. There we go. Got that light back there in the corner. And actually, if I don't need the mouse, which I don't really need the mouse, let's get a little bit more light. Where's the clicky for this thing? There we go. Okay. And we're off. And kind of it ended as a stormy kind of day, so if you see any rumbling back there, that's Mother Nature doing her thing. I don't think that's going to interrupt our feed or anything, but as soon as I say that, there'll be one of those. Mr. Kevin, welcome. Good afternoon. Not for me. It's the end of my week. I get to pretend to be you the rest of the evening, the rest of the couple days. And we should have a fair amount of painting that we're going to do this weekend. Hopefully that does not change. Horse trappings. It's time for the strappings on them. Let me take a look at some horses. I'm thinking I want to do red or a dark red. Let's see if that's the direction I want to go in. And let's take a look here. Right here. And see if I see any mounted guys. Any inspiration there. Could also do white. White would be okay too. What do these other guys have? Got another guy that has strappings. Well, I don't know what color shield I'm going to do. So I'm going to go dark red in this group. We're just going to roll with that. Should be okay. Why does it always show 0 when you're on here? I don't know. I see 2 right now. I don't know. Don't ask me questions about technology because I'm probably going to sound like I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not a fan of technology. Nordic, there you are. Right on time. All right, let's get dark red out here. Start working with dark red. And let's turn this so I can see. And I believe it's this one. Oh, it's got moved up here. Just got back from a 4.7 mile walk in the heat. Why didn't you go the full 5? You probably were going around in circles or neighborhood or whatever. Good. It's good for you. Hopefully you took some liquids with you. You know, I'm not a health nut, but we all need to take better care of ourselves and just get some movement. We don't need to run marathons. We just need to, you know, not sit around at a desk and stuff like that. We do enough of that. So, kind of opened my eyes last convention how many people were in really bad shape, you know. And I don't know that they had any health issues per se. They just didn't move around a lot. And I'm like, well, I took an off day today. Yesterday I went to the gym and got so tired I didn't get a chance to paint. I could have started painting about 8:30, 8:45. I'm like, nah, we're going to do plenty of painting this weekend. We're going to paint tonight. We're going to paint tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. And then we should be painting every evening next week. So if that's something you enjoy, you're in luck. If you hate seeing me, well, then, you know, you don't have to tune in. Well, we got to get a lot of painting done in the next month or so. So we're going to try to make that a priority. I don't know that I would have anything that I would call health issues, but I don't want to start especially as I get closer to retirement. I got plenty of things to do while I'm retired, so we need to stay healthy for that. And I want to get these guys done because on the drive to Historicon and the drive back from Historicon, I don't want to think I've got to paint Byzantines. So there's a chance that I will finish this army, but not do all the Komnenin ones. I don't know. We're just going to play it by ear. You drank 2 liters of water during the walk, had to use the bathroom, so I called it at that point. What did I do the other day that I drank so much I didn't have to use the bathroom? I don't remember what it was. It was something. I was like, man, I haven't had to go to the bathroom. It's a sign you're dehydrated. I drink so much at work, I'm usually in the bathroom every 20 minutes. Not because I can't hold it, but as soon as I feel like I gotta pee, I go pee. You know? Might as well. Need to get up anyways. No point being uncomfortable. No point being uncomfortable. Just got up your total to 22 miles this week. Also did something on the walk and decided to buy the Road to Tokyo source book for Command Decision. I'm going to World War II and Black Powder era over Ancients. Just can't seem to get into collecting or gaming part of Sword and Shield. Well, you know, you're definitely affected by different things if you're gaming alone. If you're gaming alone, you don't have any... you don't have to consider what people in your area do. You can just kind of do whatever, you know. I gotta admit, I don't know what the hell Road to Tokyo is, but maybe it's a supplement for Command Decision for that. Can't say I'm a fan of the Pacific Theater. Just not my thing, you know. I had a couple guys that when I first started wargaming, that's what they were into. They were into the Pacific. And it was kind of like, I think it was kind of the case of, you know, they were American and they couldn't relate unless there were Americans involved. So they wanted to play American, and, you know. Basically the opposite of what my mentality has always been. I'm already American and, you know, I'd rather do other funny accents. That's a big pull for me to play other nations. That's why Ancients is so cool. I should say Ancients and Medieval, you know, because there's just so many different nations you could play, you know. Feel lucky if I go to bed and don't wake up multiple times to urinate. There you go. Well, I had something really interesting happen to me today that I've actually never had happen to me before. And it took his supplement grand decision, give me order of battle. Absolutely, I don't want to mind some specific games for years. Okay. I actually had somebody... was having a discussion with somebody. Actually, somebody posted something on their page today, and I decided to comment on it. And it was something kind of political. And I didn't really make a point other than, you know, I made a comment. And this one guy, I guess, didn't have anything better to do and decided he wanted to go sparring with me. And he called me something I've never been accused of my entire life. He accused me of being a lefty. So I said, you know, I guess you just don't know me very well, do you? You don't know who the hell I'm talking to. And congratulations for the first person in 51 years to ever call me a lefty. I don't want to get into politics, but I don't always agree with people on the right say. I'm kind of a centrist person. I've become more centrist, I guess, but I'm kind of agnostic. But I consider myself a conservative libertarian because I don't want the government telling me how to do anything. Because they prove it time and time again. They're massively incompetent. And better finish before you crack a joke. I'll crack one on myself. Congratulations to the first person that's ever accused me of being a lefty. So, that was interesting. I mean, he wanted to go on and on. I looked at his profile, and the guy's a lawyer. Well, there you go. Not a fan of lawyers. Congratulations. Now, I think you pretty much should be able to do whatever the hell you want as long as you leave other people alone. You know, do I have opinions on stuff? Oh, you better believe it. But, you know, I wouldn't want somebody else putting their opinions on me. So, you know, it goes both ways. Spiritual reprint Avalon Hill game B-17 Queen of the Skies. There's actually a game. There's a game for the computer that is basically I think it's a game for the computer that's basically a B-17. B-17 is like Patton's best for aircraft, right? I think so. Pure solitaire game, you can be something the entire tour throughout the war. You're up, need to do more research game. I hope it's narrative driven. Yeah. I think so. I've never played it. I've played Patton's Best a lot. And there's definitely a computer game based on Patton's Best and expanded greatly. And it's actually a pretty good game. The only reason I don't play it anymore is I'm not really interested in playing solitaire games because really cool stuff happened. Lots of really cool stuff happened. What'd I do? Forget to speak? I guess maybe if I said that in an Asian accent, it would make more sense. Really cool stuff happen. Really cool things happen in a game. And it's a shame not to share it with someone. You know, if you talk about your experience in a game and you're the only one there, it's kind of like everybody's like, yeah, ho-hum, whatever. Get back to paint and shut the hell up. That's why I really enjoy playing on video. Because all kinds of stuff happen. All kinds of things happen. Jeez, what's in that Coke? And it's a shame that people wouldn't share it. Shame no one to share it with. I'm going to have to switch to coffee, aren't I, if I'm going to have to try to talk straight. We're having speech problems. I think there's a computer game that's like B-17. Film myself. Sounds kind of personal. You know, if I was bored, I'd play a solitaire game and play it with Blind General with hidden pips. It'd be okay, but I don't need to play that much more. I'd have fun. I could talk about both sides, you know. Gotten kind of used to talking to myself. Finally, somebody that listens to me. Actually, I got a couple games. I've got 5 or 6 games on my page. There's a game called Armored Commander 2, and I did it a couple years ago. And just that shows basically it's a Patton's Best type thing. It's got really minimalist graphics, but it works. I know what you mean. I was solo playing the Hunted and fired a 4-torpedo salvo with a battleship Massachusetts, I think, and it was all 4 hit and blew the ship to pieces like the Hood. Well, you know, if you hit the right place, you only need 1. 4 just quadruples the chance of that happening. You blew up a mass hole to Massachusetts. I remember correctly, the Massachusetts, there's 4 ships in that class. South Dakota, Massachusetts, Alabama, and Indiana. And I want to say that Massachusetts had, they all have a primary armament of 9 16-inch guns. Secondary armament is standard 20 5-inch guns and the dual-purpose anti-aircraft, anti-surface mounts. And 5 turrets on each side, kind of arranged all around. I want to say kind of like a pyramid, but that's not right. All around, basically, for anti-aircraft defense. I want to say that Massachusetts was different. There was only 16 on it. It only had 8 turrets on each side. I think that's the difference between it. I think so, if I remember correctly. I think the ship was dead after the first 2 torpedo hits, but rolled max damage on all 4, so really it was a dead mass hull. Yep. Had to go call a cab. So, did Americans, during, say, the Battle of Bunker Hill or something like that, did they have that annoying Massachusetts accent up there? Or did it develop at a later time? What caused that to happen? Did George Washington have an English accent? I mean, he was an Englishman. He just happened to be, over here in the colonies. Did he have an English accent, or they'd already dropped that? Interesting questions. Interesting questions and stuff I don't ever think about. Until now. I'm pretty sure Massachusetts was the Atlantic the whole war. I could be wrong. It certainly was early on. You don't believe so? You believe the common accent throughout the colonies was British. Okay. I've played a couple AWI games, and they were okay. They were okay. AWI at least has different nations. You've got colonials, you got Native Americans, British, obviously, Hessian, French. Not necessarily in every battle, but you got militia, you got continental troops. I'm not a fan of American history, though. So if I was dead set on doing that period, I would more than likely do 7 Years' War. And do Austrian, Prussian, Russian. So, watch the thing on, speaking of which, I watched the thing on Frederick the Great. I didn't realize I didn't know much about him. And I think because we had played that Maurice game, and it's like, okay, well, if I did that, I would do Prussians and Russians and Austrians. And let's find out a little bit about old Fritz. I watched a couple of videos on him. And didn't know that he could have been gay, which, who cares? It was probably the talk of the town back then, but now it's like, whatever, there's been gay people forever. I didn't know that. I don't really worry about the private lives of generals. And especially, this is not a period that I'm really interested in. But the problem with that period is even though it's really colorful, pretty much everybody uses the same type of uniform. I guess you could say that about World War II as well, but since I kind of grew up with World War II, there's enough differences there. Mr. Ben, welcome. I know back then, huzzah was pronounced huzzay, which sounds so limp. Huh. Love to do French and Indian War reenacting. I'd outfit myself as a Pennsylvania rifleman. Surfing the Net says accent came from England, location majority of settlers came from. Well, there's all kinds of accents in England. And they're not allowed to talk about U.S. accents being bad. Because, yes, we've got some bad accents here, but they got some bad accents over there, too. They got better or worse accents everywhere, so, you know. Somebody asked me one time, I watched some program on, you know, some show that was like the 10 easiest accents to understand or whatever from the UK, and I hadn't even heard of some of them. I mean, I basically only knew of 2, really. And the 2 that I knew of were the easiest to understand. The other ones were just like, holy hell. As far as black powder goes, era, I would game, paint, and collect 7 Years' War, French Indian, AWI, and the Napoleonic Wars. So the black powder game, have you guys played it? Is that one of those? See, I'm still new at this. People that manufacture a game to sell their figures and everything's geared around using their figures and a rule set. And, you know, and they just rush to get the rule set out just to sell figures. I find that I'm still new at this, even though that's been around for, I don't know, probably 30 years now. I still find it odd. But Black Powder, is that a decent game? Any of you guys that have played it? I've seen some 7 Years' War stuff with 6mm figures that are just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But each stand is like a diorama. You know? I just wouldn't do that scale because I'd be worried about getting the grass and the ground texture in the correct places. You know? It'd be really fiddly. I'd spend a lot of time doing that stuff. And I'd rather not. I'd rather not do that. He played it, didn't like it. He played Volley and Bayonet. Started wargaming with Frank Chadwick, so I'm very partial to his games over others. Okay. Well, we played Command Decision a lot. I'm just not happy with Command Decision, how they handle our infantry. I think it's just kind of like a sideshow. I think his armor stuff is great. As a matter of fact, I love his... Now, I can't speak for Test of Battle. I'm just talking about Command Decision, what it would be, the first one and the second edition. I love his armor factors that he uses because they basically are equivalent. If you multiply all his numbers by 10, they're basically equivalent in millimeters, or pretty close. You know, taking into effect, you know, armor slope and stuff like that. You know, so like for instance, say a Panther has an armor rating of I think 14 to the front and 4 to the side. And it's pretty close to 140 millimeters of frontal armor once you figure in the slope, you know, because I think it has like 100 or something like that. Plus it's sloped to, I don't know, whatever it is, 60 degrees or something like that. So I don't know whether that was intentional, but I like the way he handles that a lot. I just don't like the way infantry is handled. It's too generic and boring. So... but I grew up playing that. I grew up playing 1 to 5. If I had to do a 1 to 5 game again, I would probably go 3mm and do Pico armor and then make counters. So instead of each tank being by itself, representing 5 tanks, I would make a counter like this and put all 5 little tankies on there in like a formation, a wedge, or not always a wedge, but just on there, and then you can kind of make like a mini diorama and then move them around like that. You know, a Litco stand that's magnetized. That's probably what I would do. So I would have every tank on there, but you know, it would be treated as one vehicle. So maybe a mixture of the two things. That's just me brainstorming. That sounds good on paper. Maybe practically it wouldn't be so good, but. Because GHQ has just gotten 3 times as expensive as it used to be. So, I was unable to find anything about those Islamic Persian supposedly figures of mine. So yeah, I watched that discussion that was going on with that Kevin, and it could be one of those. There's several figure manufacturers, and I can't tell you which ones they are because there's too many that lots of them will do it. Museum used to be a big, I don't want to say an offender because I guess it's not really offensive, but they'll say that they have more armies than they do. And then when you go in their listing, it's the same figures from other lines. So it may have been a situation like that where they were figures that were Maratha Indians. But because they were similar, somebody said, oh, we'll just, these guys are really, a different, for a different period. And they'll work for it. Like, for instance, my Rajput army, that's an Essex Rajput army, uses Mughal figures. So, the figures are like 300 or 400 years too modern for that army, but they still sell them as a Rajput army pack. And, nobody makes Rajputs. So, it's not that big of a deal, but a lot of people do things like that. So it might have been of a situation where you did in fact buy something that said, Islamic Persian or whatever the heck it was, and it wasn't that at all. The figures were marketed as Maratha Indians or whatever the heck they were, which would be a Mughal period enemy of the Mughals. I'm pretty sure they were like 16 and 1700s. So. But who knows what manufacturer they were. Oh, Dixon. Somebody said they were Dixon. Well, you can't go and find the Dixon 15 millimeter list because, they're out of production. They've been out of production for quite some time. So it's just a shame that some miniature manufacturers are just out of business, and other ones just can't seem to die. Not that I want them to die, but you want the better figures still being produced. I mean, these guys that I'm painting right now, they're not available anymore. And that's a shame because these are beautiful figures. The French figures. So I'm disappointed I didn't get more Roundway figures when I was available, but who knows? Maybe somebody will get rid of them at Historicon. Maybe somebody won't want them. I'll see something there that grabs my fancy. I think the figures look okay. I would just buy, if it was me, well, you know how I am. I would buy more figures and then mix them in. Because you have a mixture of stuff. Because, Islamic Persian, that's a feudal type army. All the guys mounted, they're all going to, have to supply their horses. And, they have some freedom in as far as what they have to wear into battle. So, you can make them look interesting. I've got one of those guys floating around. I do. I have a Muslim Indian figure. I think he's done. I painted this guy several years ago. This guy is not Grumpy. Who are the guys that, it's a Mike's Models Renaissance guy that are now being carried by Essex again. And they have a very kind of a unique squashish look, but they'll be okay. They'll paint all right. This guy's covered in dust. I got one figure in, and then I said, "Oh, shiny," and then moved on to something else. But I have all the figures to do a Muslim Indian army. Heffalumps. I don't want to do shit like that anymore. I don't want to start an army and not finish it. It's no fun for me. And I've done it many a time, so I know what I'm talking about. I don't want to do that. So you look at Maratha pictures, I don't think it's a match. Yeah. Well, that's the one thing is if you ever post a question on Facebook or something like that, hey, who makes this figures? Everybody will pipe in and they'll say stuff like, I think they're irregular. But then they won't even bother looking at irregular and seeing if the pictures match. They're just throwing a bunch of hand grenades out just to see if something explodes, you know? All I said is there are no figures I've ever seen pictures of online. So to me that means they're kind of an obscure manufacturer, or there's something that's not available anymore, because I do a hell of a lot of surfing. You return, haha. Well, I don't know what color this little tuft on his helmet ought to be, but I'm thinking red ought to be the way to go. So that's what we're going to do, and we're going to use scarlet for that, and we are going to use some yellow. We'll brighten that up with yellow. I believe this is scarlet. Yep. See, I'm surprised how many people fall for, getting into arguments with people on Facebook, for instance. I just once I realize that the person's got nothing better to do than argue, I'll just block the person. I don't need to listen to whatever it is that they have to say. Doesn't happen very often, but discovered not many make figures for that army. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta kind of make them up out of different stuff, but one of my favorite things to do, figure out who I'm going to use for a certain army that I want to make up. You weren't online the other day, Kevin. I thought you were on Facebook. I guess you weren't. I was going to wish you a happy birthday on Barbarossa Day, but you weren't on there, so happy birthday to you just the same. That's an easy day to remember. Barbarossa Day. Help me decide something. You're stuck between 15 or 6mm for the Pacific Theater. What do you think I should go with? Why not 10? Why not 12? What's wrong with 20s? Well, it depends what you want to do, how vehicle intensive is what you're going to do. If it's not going to be very vehicle intensive, then I wouldn't suggest 6, only because it's not that I hate the infantry, it's just kind of anticlimactic. Back when I was doing micro armor, there was CNC made figures that were extremely fragile. Extremely fragile. The GHQ guys were all they were made for the advanced squad leader set, so they were almost like standing at attention, like 10 figures standing at attention. So that looks stupid, in my opinion. So what'd you have left? Heroics and Ross. And those guys look pretty good. But I'm only putting a handful of figures on each stand, so the stands look kind of empty, Your birthday's easy to remember too. You share a birthday with John Lennon. Oh, I don't know John Lennon's birthday. I know the day that the freaking Nazis and the Soviets were started fighting each other. So, those of you that saw that we played a video of this earlier this week, a historical battle called Mons Graupius. A guy sent us the video and a couple of weeks ago, and we've been trying to find time to do it. You know, when you're a World War II nut and you're complaining because you can't find a picture of something in color, remember we just played a battle. We just played a battle where there's only one person's description of it, and they're not even sure what year it was fought in. It's a toss-up between 83 AD and 83 and 84 AD. So just imagine, you don't even know what year it was fought in, much less the location of it. October 9th. And knowing is half the battle. Yep. Okay, shipwreck. Let me get some coffee. I'll be right back. I used to watch that as a kid. If you did watch that show as a kid, you got it, and you were a fan of that show as a kid, that the robot chicken on this stuff is hilarious. It's absolutely freaking solid gold. So I'll be right back. Wow, it's raining like crazy out there. That's a good thing. We need rain. Now that I'm not at work. So if you share the same birthday as John Lennon, does that make you a Leninist? You grew up on G.I. Joe. Okay. Yeah. One of my favorite things on Robot Chicken. Well, Mitch and I love all the He-Man stuff. And in particular, the episode with the G.I. Joe episode with Calvin. He shall call you Trouser Snake. It's fumbles. It was always fumbles. That's a classic. So if you ever hear us say in any videos, fumbles, it was always fumbles. That's our call out for that one. That's a great episode. I would love to do something like that and do voices for that shit. You're a fan of John Lennon's music. Okay, well that's good. You share the birthday with Meryl Streep, Cyndi Lauper, Chris Christopherson, Kurt Warner, and Lindsay Wagner. Haven't heard her name in a long time. Meryl Streep has always looked like she's old. Okay, she always looked like she's an older person. Like, who's the old lady? I know, that doesn't really narrow it down. Again, we're talking about actors. I don't think about them all day long. I think she's still alive. I'll tell you who it is. Angela Lansbury. Angela Lansbury's always looked like an older lady. Always. Even when she was young. Always looked like an older lady. I'm not knocking her or anything. It's not her choice. It just is what it is. Meryl Streep falls like that. I've never seen a picture of her young. you know, like a teenager or something like that. But she always looked old. Chris Christopherson, can't stand Chris Christopherson. Sorry. I didn't know he played music, so I don't really know what music he does, although it's probably country, so I'm out. Helen Mirren, no. No, Helen Mirren, I found out by looking at the credits of people on there, she was actually in Caligula, I think. Like, whoops! I gotta see that again. I gotta see that movie again. I saw that when I was like 20 or 21 or 19. One of those 3 years. We're at some party. And I was scarred for a little while. And old Malcolm McDowell, man. What? He's some demented shit, isn't he? Kurt Warner, yep. I know who he is. I mean, I recognize the name. I wouldn't know what he looks like. Ever see Bed Knobs and Broomsticks? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm into classic stuff like that. Yeah, that scene with the Nazis is freaking great. That's freaking, that part of that movie. It's actually a decent movie. It's actually a decent. There's some old movies like that, you know, old Disney style movies that are old, you know. I mean, that movie's exactly as old as I am. It came out in 71. That are still, you know, good family fun, you know. They don't have to be all like, you know, all this modern shit they do now. But that's a good movie. The other movie that I think pretty highly of is Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That's a great freaking old movie. From the same guy who did the 007 stuff. That's an Ian Fleming book or Ian Fleming inspired thing. It's an old family movie that's just a classic. So, yeah, that whole scene with the freaking knights fighting the Nazis, that's classic. There's a lot of really good stuff in that movie, actually. You know. Your favorite childhood movie next to Transformers the movie and G.I. Joe the movie. Used to watch them off the hook as a small child. I don't know that I've seen the Transformers movie and G.I. Joe movie. I saw the series. Swiss Family Robinson, yeah. Yeah, now you're going way back. Yeah, I've seen all that old stuff. All the non-woke Disney stuff. Although, you know, I've never seen Song of the South, nor did I have any interest in it. You know? A buddy of mine's favorite movie, or at least he mentioned it was his favorite cartoon, his favorite Disney cartoon growing up, was Sword in the Stone. And I remember I'd never seen it. And my daughter was really sick when she was little. I'm going to say she was like 3 years old. And it was one night, she couldn't go to bed. I remember we went to the rocker and Sword of the Stone was playing. We started watching it. That is a boring ass freaking movie. Not my thing, you know. I thought it was extremely boring. It put me to sleep. But that's okay. I can't like everything. Love that scene. The scene with the Nazis is freaking classic. Is it? I didn't like it. Maybe I got to give it a fair shot and watch it again. That came out in the 40s, if I remember correctly. Maybe early 50s. Yeah, we grew up on all that stuff. We grew up on all that stuff where there was like villains, not like misunderstood people. You know, it's like, who's the villain in it? You freaking make a witch who turns into a freaking dragon. That's a villain, not like, well, I got beat up as a kid and I'm going to take it out on other people. F that. Make freaking evil shit, okay? There is evil stuff out there. You were a teenager when Star Wars came out. I didn't see the first Star Wars in the movie theater because I would have been 6. And I didn't have an older sibling to see it with. Otherwise, I would have seen it. But my favorite movie of all time, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, Okay, Sword and Stone is 63. Okay, cool. I'm not going to tell you what my favorite movie of all time is because you guys should know because I brought it up before. It's my favorite movie of all time, despite not having an attractive female in it. So that's not always necessary, or not a female that I find attractive. Let's put it that way in it. But I did see that movie in the movie theater when it came out, and that's my favorite movie of all time. Well, I may have other movies that I may actually like as much as that one, but if somebody says, "Hey, what's your favorite movie?" That one right there, without a doubt. And that's Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's perfect. Other than that RPG, it's perfect. It's got Nazis in it. Nazis make great freaking villains. You know, there it is. Nazis make the best freaking villains. Yeah, great movie. And just happened to catch it in the movie theater when it was out, and that was just pure luck of the Irish. Because at that time I was 10. It's not like I went to movies all the time. You know, I wasn't one of those kids that was stuck in the movie theater all the time. It was like you had to beg and plead to go to the movie theater, and I think a guy that I was my neighbor in my neighborhood decided to go on there. So it's not in black and white. Ever see Casablanca? I have. It's one of those ones that I've seen black and white. I don't remember thinking much. I'm not a Bogart fan. I'm not a fan of New Yorkie people. I'm not. Sorry if you're from New York. I'm just, there's too many of those. There's too many of those movies. I'm just kind of tired of it. Yes, I've seen Casablanca. I have seen Maltese Falcon, also a Bogart movie, also black and white. I have seen Schindler's List. I have seen In Harm's Way. I have seen, what else have I seen that's black and white? I'm about out. That's about it. I haven't seen that many black and white movies. I just don't appreciate black and white movies. So I just feel like I'm missing something, I'm missing something that's there. It doesn't feel right. Foreign movies have no problem with it. I actually prefer them because then you're not stuck on like, oh look, here's the guy that's always plays this, now he's playing something else. You got people that you don't have a history with, so I think that's a good thing. African Queen, I've seen African Queen, but it's color. Hard to say what my favorite movie is. I'm a big comic book fan. So many movies I like in the MCU and DCU. They're too complicated. Big fan of classic movies. I feel they're better than modern stuff. Well, I feel like modern movies just try to have too much of an agenda. Just tell the freaking movie, man. I don't mind classic movies as long as in color. One of my favorite movies, freaking great movie, Rear Window. Rear Window is a freaking great movie. And What's-Her-Face is just beautiful, too. That always helps. But that's a classy movie. It doesn't show anything. It's a grisly movie without showing anything. So that's classy. I would say my favorite movie that isn't part of trilogy is Last of the Mohicans with Daniel Day-Lewis. So I saw it a while ago, liked it. I actually knew a guy that was an extra in the movie. He's like, oh yeah, I'm one of the British guys, okay, that gets beheaded by Bagua, whatever. So if you catch me, you go to this thing, and I can't really tell that it's him, but yeah, one of my favorite lines from movies, and I'm not a movie line person, is from that movie, is where the lieutenant I think he was a lieutenant. Anyways, whatever he was, he came over and, well, you know what we're doing over here, right? And he's like, yes, we're making the world England. And I tried watching that with my daughter about a year ago, and it didn't grab her interest, and it didn't age well. I'm actually really surprised that Last of the Mohicans did not. I found it did not age very well at all. I don't know, just the style it was done in, the camera angles. It just didn't. It was just really dated. So we stopped watching it. So I've seen it like maybe twice. It's a sad fucking movie, though. It's a sad movie. But it had some great battle scenes in it. Tombstone's pretty close to being tied with Last of the Mohicans. Saw that in the movie theater. Saw Tombstone. I thought our policy was to make the world England. Okay, that's the exact quote. I love that quote. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. What's the name of the guy? Let me pick your brain now here. Speaking of Brits, what's the name of the guy that plays an extra on The Patriot? I don't know that I've seen The Patriot, but I've only seen it once because it's just painful. It's one of those movies where it's like, oh, you want me to think that it's this way? Well, screw you. I know this is all skewed. I'm on the Brits side. just like, and I don't dislike Mel Gibson per se, but freaking Braveheart was just an abortion of history. And, they skew it so much. I was like, I'm rooting for the English the whole time if you're gonna misrepresent the truth that way. But who's the guy that's on? He was one of the staff members on the British and the Battle of on the Patriot, and he's a bald English dude who used to have a show on the History Channel called, was it something like Conquest or something like that? And he had a show where it's like how to win with bladed weapons or something like that. And he would like get this group of people, we're going to call them off the street, but whatever. He got these people that weren't familiar with him, and he'd use them. He'd show them how to use. I thought it was a great freaking show, and I can't remember what the guy is, and he's extremely over the top Shakespearean type of. Well, not Shakespearean because I understood what he was talking about, but he's just way over the top. I actually liked this show, whatever it was. Braveheart's good if you know nothing about the history. Why don't you put her in charge? Oh, I gotta watch that again then. Madeline Stowe was quite lovely in that movie too. She didn't do anything more. I thought her younger sister was cute at the time. I don't know. If I saw a picture of her now, maybe I wouldn't agree with. The girl that ends up committing suicide instead of, going back with the one Indian or whatever. Native American. When that movie came out, they were all called freaking Indians and nobody bitched about it, okay? What was it, 1993, 1992? Peter Woodward. What was this show on the History Channel? I thought it was freaking great. I thought whatever it was, Conquest or something like that. How to win with Roman weapons or whatever it was. I thought it was, yes, he was overly dramatic, but he was captivating, I thought he was, I really liked him. Back when we had the History Channel. Peter Woodward. Was that his name? Doesn't sound like his. I'm taking your word for it. I've been a long time. Yeah, he's like all teeth and a bald head. He played Brigadier General Charles O'Hara. Oh, a Mick in the British Army. God, what was the name of his show? I really liked it. I thought it was really cool. The only issue with Last of the Mohicans was during the ambush, I don't think a single Indian dies, despite all the combat going on. Was it Conquest? Yeah, I thought Conquest was a great freaking show. God, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? Shit, that was probably 20 years ago. Damn. 20 years ago sounds like a long time, but then you're like, yeah, that was like 2002. Like 2002 doesn't seem like that long ago. 20 years seems like, man, it's a long freaking time. Actually, I'm actually older. No, let me say that back. I've actually been at work longer than two people that are, I would consider adults in the office. And I'm like, holy shit. And I never think of myself as old. I mean, never. Never. So, oh, I think somebody's home. I better check in with them. I'll be right back. Sure sounds like it. You have somebody's kicking something. Okay, well, that was an extended break, unfortunately. Oh, we got a lot of things to read now here. Holy moly. Let's see here. Oh, how do I go back? Only problem with Scotland is it's full of Scots, yeah. I thought that guy was cast pretty well as Longshanks. That whole what that whole thing you could spend the night with the guy's wife and he's not your wife. What a bunch of horse shit that was. That pissed me off. I'm like, what? Nobody did that crap. Limited Pluto Herald in general. Actually, it's coming up 20th anniversary of the show ending. Wow. You were born less than 20 years after the end of World War II. I should have been born less than 20 years after the end of World War II, but I wasn't. I have a sister that's 14 years older than me, so I really should have been born in like 61 instead of 71. I think like I was born in 61. Although I'm glad I didn't have to live through that whole late 60s crap. Combat engineer. I had not destroyed by in 2001. I would have been a Marine officer. I was offered numerous commissions before and during the height of the Iraq War. I couldn't pass a physical. Mini cap 5 inches to the right side of my leg, about the quarter inch of the bones, what I call patella. Moves out of place and run, dislocates fairly easy. Funny part, I'm not turned 18 yet. It's a couple of days after 9/11, so just before my 18th birthday. I remember 9/11 like it was yesterday. I remember when that was happening. I was at work and there's a truck driver that was playing it on his TV, and I saw the second plane hit, and I'm like, oh, we're freaking war with somebody. I'd flown into New York the year before, and I knew that all those buildings are freaking tiny, nowhere near the flight path. You got to go out of your way to hit that. Funny, so many people talk on you know what happened in Iran. Yeah, I remember when the Iran thing was happening. World War II. The problem with World War II is it's almost like a religion for me, and the kind of details that I want, I just can't handle anything that's even remotely generic-ish at all. I could never play Flames of War, you know. Walked into history class just after the first plane hit. They had on a TV in there, and a few minutes after the second plane they hit us, they sent us home. Yeah. Can't believe it's a conspiracy. Hope I'm right. I'm not really a conspiracy type person. You know, I don't think government is evil. I think they're incompetent and power hungry. But let's hope I'm right. I know lots of people that like to jump to conclusions. I'm not one of them. Government, I should say governments. All right. We were doing red here, I think. I like that Conquest show. Like, he's way over the top, okay? But I like him better than the freaking drill sergeant guy, than Ermy. Ermy was like, it was entertaining at the beginning, and then it's like the same shtick over and over again. And, you know, not poo-pooing any of his service that he did, but I preferred Woodward. So, my wife is supposed to be out of town next week. Supposed to be. We'll see if that happens. But Full Metal Jacket is on my watch list with my daughter, so hopefully we'll get a chance to see that. I think it'd be only my third time seeing the movie, so, or I should say the two movies called Full Metal Jacket, because it really is two movies. Oh, let me change to the other. Let me change to the other chat. The top chat. It needs to be live chat. There we go. So yeah, it's on my watch list for next week. We'll see if we can get through that. Hopefully it's not too boring. She'll watch that kind of stuff. She liked Saving Private Ryan. We were watching Band of Brothers through the series, and we just kind of fell off watching it. But, you know, Saving Private Ryan is not a perfect movie, but it's about as perfect a movie as you're going to get from Hollywood. It's not going to get any better than that on a war movie. That or something like Gladiator. It's just not going to get any better than those, than something like that. You know, they're going to throw some kind of moral dilemma or whatever on there. We just want to see freaking action. But I learned to watch Full Metal Jacket. I should watch that this weekend. Well, you know, what's in it? Violence? Really funny cussing? There's no sex in it. She's better off watching that stuff with me than without. So, did they make a movie about Operation Barbarossa? You have a couple Russian propaganda ones. The best Russian front thing is, well, that series, actually, I rewatched it. I watched it with Mitch a couple of years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. It was actually pretty decent. And it's called Generation War. And it's a German, I think it's three to 5 parts. I don't remember what it is. And they're all like mini movies. And it's actually really good. It follows like 5 or 6 young adults. And they're all Germans. And, you know, and World War II breaks out. And just kind of, you know, they all go each other's way. A couple of them in the army. One of the girls wants to be a nurse. The other one wants to be an actress. Another kid is Jewish and is just trying to, you know, keep a low profile. It's really well done. I really liked it. I remember thinking it was okay when I watched it with Mitch, and I watched it in the last 8 months and really, really enjoyed it, especially since I didn't remember what happened to everybody. I remember in high school, one of the things my friends and I did was enact the dress down scene. I was the only one who got Ernie's line fully correct, yeah. I saw Platoon recently, again, actually on my flight back from Mexico in November. Like that too. I had a buddy of mine who was really big in the Vietnam War. I never got into the Vietnam War. Nordic, I suspect you probably like it because of the music. There's only a few songs of that period that I care for, but yeah, I liked Platoon. I didn't care for Apocalypse Now, but I hadn't seen it in a long time, so I'd give it another shot. But I really didn't care for it. What other Vietnam War movies are there? Flight of the Intruder. I don't remember jack shit about Flight of the Intruder. Saw it in the movie theater whenever it came out. What was it, 91, 90? Something like that, 89? What other Vietnam movies we got? I don't know. Mitch has been to Vietnam. His wife's from there. I wouldn't go. There's not going to a country that isn't free. I'm out. Alexander Nevsky. I haven't seen Alexander Nevsky. Black and white. You like Generation War. I thought the actress playing the one who wanted to be an actress was quite lovely. She didn't do anything for me. I thought it was great. I thought it was... I forgot who survived the war. I forgot. I just totally, like, it escaped me. So it was like watching the movie a second time. I thought that was great. Thought about doing... And that was a lot. I liked that representation. I like the way they handled the stuff that happened in wartime better than, say, I didn't feel like it spent this whole time trying to be apologist. Now, that doesn't mean to say that, the Germans weren't rat bastards. But I'm just saying a lot of movies make it seem that it overgoes into that when, like Russian movies. Russian movies like, everything was hunky-dory until the Nazis invaded. And I'm sorry, the commie bastards are just as bad. So, thought about doing some gaming in the Vietnam War. My stepfather was a combat medic in Vietnam. Damn right, I love the music of the soundtrack of Vietnam. Yeah, what's the song that the two songs that always go with Vietnam was Painted Black, because I used to start Tour of Duty with that. Remember that old show, Tour of Duty? And the CCR song that I actually like, Fortunate Son. Yeah. Hamburger Hill. I have not seen Hamburger Hill. We have a friend of our family who was in Vietnam, and he's kind of humble about it, but he won the Silver Star, so he was a lucky bastard to survive what he went through. But okay, we're good with that. This guy's going to need a beard. He just got elected to have a black beard. The Byzantines had black beards? Damn near every one of them. Oh, I don't like to watch. Well, I'm not a fan of Hendrix, so. Notice I didn't say he was 19. Oh, yeah, I know what that one is. Yeah. I don't know. Is that a song? It's more like a rap. If I remember correctly. Yeah. I'm not a fan of Hendrix. Notice I did not say he wasn't talented. He's just not my thing. He was talented and influential. There's no doubt about it. They're just not my thing. But then different people listen to music for different reasons. I don't particularly care about the lyrics at all. It's irrelevant to me in music, and it's a big deal for other people. It's irrelevant to me because I don't hear well, so I'm really bad at picking them out. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite things is creating alternative lyrics, or what I hear instead of what actually is being played, and I recite it back to people, and they get a big chuckle because it's it's nowhere near. Yep. Yeah, the 19s. The 19 song, but I think it was more like a rap. Only thing he said, he carried a handgun, he would always make sure to keep one bullet for himself. He wouldn't be taken prisoner. Jeff fighting on top back in on his best friend, his head blown off right in front of him. Patrol police school. Yeah. Yeah, fucked up war. War's fucked up, and some wars are more fucked up than others. I have to like the beat of the song. If I don't like the beat, I won't like the song. Fair enough. I agree with you. It's a Wonderful World is played with non-videos. For What It's Worth by Buffalo Springfield is often played with non-movies as well. I don't know what song that is. I bet I do if I play it, but all right. I'm going to have to... Where's my napkin of homework assignments over here? Somebody was mentioned to me. I forget who it was. I think it was talking about generals they didn't like, Nicias. I looked him up. He didn't seem like that bad a guy. He was just kind of, showed up at the wrong time thing. Because I wrote him down. I looked him up the other thing. I actually was already in bed. I'm like, oh, who's that guy I'm supposed to read about? Nicias. All right, what is this? For What It's Worth, Buffalo Springfield. Buffalo Springfield sounds like a really, really powerful bolt-action rifle. Did a price check on 15 millimeter from Old Glory. I can get 3 tanks for 18. Yeah, it sounds like a really high-powered rifle, like a 454 or something like that. It's a Buffalo Springfield. You know what that round is? That big elephant round or whatever? 454 or something like that. Weird calibers. Is white dye? I think these are the old whites. right, time for some stirrups. And we need to grab like a buff color or something like that. Anything but crap. I mean rap. I dislike most music. I just do. I spend most of my time switching channels when I used to listen to the radio. And I rarely listen to music anymore, unless I'm at the gym or whatever. I pretty much don't listen to the music. Try to do audiobook when I'm at the gym, but I lose track. You know, I'll have to reread stuff like, what did he say? You know, so I'm just like, screw it. We'll just listen to music. But I don't care for most of it. Especially the stuff now. Like one rap song, that's Lose Yourself by Eminem. I'm not looking it up. I don't think I like it. But that's okay. That's why they make different music. I mean, there's people out there that enjoy bluegrass. So, you know anything's possible then. Saddle. I think this guy's needs a lighter color saddle. Let's and I'm almost done with him, by the way, too. We're ready to move on to the next dude. The next dude will have a shield. Listen to music all the time. Prefer to listen to music over having television. I never turn the TV on. I never turn the TV on. Lighter colored, let's see, something like this maybe? Khaki. I want to say I have a khaki, it's called Kanaki. It's not this one, this one's spelled correct. I have one, it's Kanaki. Might not be a Vallejo one. Kanaki. Remember seeing that, I was like, what the hell? So the goal is going to be to get these 3 figures done this weekend. So we'll see if we can reach that goal. I don't mind having goals. I certainly don't want to have a mission statement. It's 2 words I don't want to use together. It's such a kiss-ass type thing. First time I heard it, I'm like, what the hell? Mission statement. Your favorite bluegrass. I won't listen to it. I'm sorry. I'm allergic to banjos and fiddles. I tend to not like folksy things anyways, so. I can't be into everything. Wise man once said, I can't be into everything. This one guy, he say, so there's a good chance that I may end up building, after these guys are done, an army that goes with Mitch's new army for some scenarios that we're going to do. And it would be something totally different that I have most of the figures for anyways. Used to play the violin. I like folk music as well. Well, there you go. Used to play the violin. No, I am not musically inclined. I can't be good at everything. Got to know your limitations. Hey, you spread yourself too thin and we're all born differently, with better at some things than others. It's just what it is. I think this guy needs some socks on him, so let's put some. What color did we use for the core color of this horse? Leather brown or chocolate brown? Chocolate brown will work. We're just going to mix it with white. Are Islamic Persians opponents to the army? Absolutely not. Oh, the one I'm painting now? Also absolutely not. Islamic Persians are enemies to my Turks. Actually, Joe's working on the Islamic Persian army. So, we should see them soon, you know? And I think they would be a good matchup for the Turks. They're similar. They're similar but different. I think they would give a well-balanced fight. I think it'd be worth watching. So, I have a few enemies, but not a ton, because they're pretty late in the book. They fight like Turkomans and stuff like that. None of us have Turkomans. They're just another steppe army. There's a pretty good chance I'll be doing a steppe army soon. So we'll just see how it plays out. Good thing about doing a steppe army is they paint up pretty quick because they have a high percentage of light horse. And light horse is only 2 folks on a stand. So we'll see how it plays out. And no, it's not Mongols. No, it's not Mongols. I got lots of Mongols to paint, but not just yet. Man, I had no idea how many Mongol lovers there were. I had no idea. I didn't know that was a thing. Should do a step army called Walk Like an Egyptian. We've done a step tournament called Step Right Up. So better than those step armies of horse nomads. What's better than the step armies of the horse nomads? The Persians? Is it Sarmatians? Nope. No. You want me to spill the beans? Jeez. Now, if I spill the beans and it doesn't happen, it's because I spilled the beans, just so you know. But Mitch has got the Han Chinese, a double Han Chinese army that's already painted. He's supposed to pick it up at Historicon, so there's a chance I will probably do a Han Attila Xiongnu mix-up for him, and I would do both. They would swing both ways. They would do Attila all the way into and do the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu, I think, are all like light horse except like 3 cav. They have 3 cav, and the rest of them are all light horse. So there's we're gonna plan on doing a series of battles with the Han Chinese. So and stuff in the desert and dust bowls, and there's a couple battles. In a big dust storm, so it should be some cool stuff. And he's got figures he can use for the Huns. But if we're gonna go through all that trouble, we'll get real Hun figures. And I'm a big fan of painting guys that look boring. And who am I getting the Xiongnu figures from? Amusing story. The first 4 letters of my surname is Huns. The first 4 letters of my surname. Huh. Does someone have Alans? No, nobody has Alans. Or Allens. I call them Alans. Xiongnu, I have, the Xiongnu they're just Huns. They're Huns that went to China instead of Huns that went to Europe. And I have a ton of them from Gladiator. But I would probably pick up some from Forged in Battle as well. And probably just do a big Hun morph. Probably. Xiongnu, yep. You spelled them so I got mixed feelings. I like things spelled in pinyin, but the problem is the pinyin is being pushed by those commie bastards. So I think I still prefer to call things in pinyin because it's easier for people to search. Search the names of things. So, can you be pro pinyin and anti-communist? Is it possible? I've got enough that I don't have to buy extra figures, but I probably would because it's just a matter of buying like one pack of like the regular cav, and then like one pack of like because there's like 12 figures that come in a pack, and like one pack of like the light cav, and then I got enough variety that'll be really, really interesting. And I've been wanting to paint some Forged in Battle figures, so we'll see. We will see if that happens. I'd talked about doing Huns before, anyways. So I think even though we have a lot of enemies that fight the Mongols, I'm more tempted to do the Huns instead of the Mongols because I think that the fights are going to be more interesting with the Huns. And one thing that really does light horse in DBA is bow, and there are a lot of armies that are enemies of the Mongols that have a lot of bow, and I don't think those would be good fights. So The stone color for the hoof. Stone. Well, it's dawned on me that Shark Week is coming up. My favorite week of the year. Why is that a thing? Shark fanatic, if you were wondering. It's all fun and games till they're coming after you. Looking forward to the Han Army battles. Yeah, they're going to be a hoot figuring out. We're going to have, that's what our goal is, to do those on our 28-hour journey. 28-hour journey. We're going to listen to some podcasts. He's going to drive, and we're going to come up with some matchups. And it's not a lot of people's cup of tea. A lot of people do not like Eastern stuff, but tough. we like, as I like to say, so you'll eat the food, but you won't play the army. The armies are a hell of a lot more interesting than the food. Not that I have anything against Asian food, but I'm just saying that, Chinese armies are pretty freaking cool. The thing that sucks the most about them is their banners. You would think that Asian armies would have the coolest banners, right? Because they've got like dragons and stuff like that. Oh no, it's just a freaking colored banner with the symbol of. I mean, obviously you could do make-believe stuff if you wanted to, but what's the point in that? You like to paint some of the forged in battle Polish troops that make some nice cavalry from 1939. Is my Turk's army the 311? No. I had a friend of mine who was really into 311. Speaking of 311, also not my cup of tea. No, my Turks is the Ottoman Turks, man. The Book 4, 55B. Although one of those Turks has like camel archers, and I got camels for him too. So don't tempt me. Like I said, I'm interested in just about every damn army except like 20. You're a big fan of Asian women, but not the food. I really want to play Three Kingdoms campaign at some point. I'm a big fan of the Three Kingdoms. I'm not going to comment on the Asian women thing. I'll just be quiet. No comment on that one. Whatever the hell that means. So yeah, we're going to do some cool scenarios. I think that going through Connor's scenarios on the Punic War really kind of encouraged me to try my hand at doing scenarios that a lot of information isn't known about them, and be okay with it. Because at the end of the day, it's just a freaking game, and by altering the victory conditions and stuff like that. The only thing that is I feel differently about is I don't think it needs to be 12 elements on 12 elements. It could be 10 on 14. If the scenario calls for that, at the end of the day, it's just a scenario. You're not going to play them in a tournament. So the whole point is to paint different winning conditions and stuff that would be in a normal game, and it'd be an opportunity to maybe try some special rules with, Light Horse, maybe to make them more realistic. Three Kingdoms campaign would be cool. Yuan Brothers versus Cao Cao sounds like a good campaign setting. Yeah. Yuan. Yeah, so he's got the whole Han army morph coming. So unfortunately, the Han don't really fight anybody really cool. Xiongnu are interesting. They're probably fun in games, but I wouldn't call them cool. Cool is people with interesting backstory and or flags, etc. You know, not exactly what I would call cool. So, they fight themselves, also not cool. Not sure what army would do for Three Kingdoms. Well, you know, I don't like Wu. If I was gonna do it, I would paint them like a Wei army, like Cao Cao's army. That's what I would do. I played a lot of the video games. I'm partial to Shuhan. You know, if one army is historically outnumbered, then a 12 by 12 scenario wouldn't be a good fit. Yeah, what you do is you basically break it down to, you know, proportion. You know, if one army is outnumbered 2-1, can you give that army 6 elements and it be represented proportionally correctly? If you can't, then okay, what do you need to give them? 8, 10, and then if you give them 8 or 10, then the other side may have, you know, more than 12 elements. You know, it's the proportion that needs to be right. So, anyhow, is there more than one Three Kingdoms stories? I don't know. There's many. There's a whole series. I'm just talking about the silly video games that are, you know, way over the top and ridiculous. They're like almost part of the Marvel universe, to say, you know, they're way over the top. An army with Lu Bu. Make a Lu Bu figure with those 2 peacock feathers that he has coming off of his helmet. I think this guy's about done. Oh, we've got like a strap or down here at the bottom. We'll just go with whatever color this is. I don't really give a shit too much. It's hidden down here and you can hardly see it. Hey, I got to take shortcuts sometimes. This would be the time to do it. Okay. We'll call this guy done. Byzantine Cavalry. Next. All right, this is a Elaine Toulaire horse with an Elaine Toulaire figure on him. Okay. This horse will be... Well, this one's going to is half armored. So I don't want this to be a brown horse. So, ooh, we got some black spots. We need to cover up on him so they don't look all shiny at the wrong time. So I'm definitely going to go in the direction of making more scenarios and more scenario play. Not that I'm, you know, giving up on one, but I don't need to do those one-on-one scenarios, you know, all the time and exclusively. Cao Wei, they had cavalry. It's usually what people want in an army. Require an army to have good cavalry. Tend to not be too interested in unless it's a Roman army. Cavalry plays too much into my strategies in sword and shield warfare. The feathers are more Chinese opera than historical. Of course they are. It's just all nonsense. But your favorite armies are Black Sea era. You have a Bosporan army? Be right back. You take a potty break. I actually had a guy use the Bosporan army pretty often. It's pretty cool. It used to have like 4 cataphracts, 4 auxilia, 4 bow, something like that. It was a pretty good army, actually. Oh, and an artillery piece in there somewhere. Be right back. Bosporan army sounds fun. You do have a Bosporan army. What armies of that period? Mithridates. Mithridates had some stuff up there. I would have already built that army, but Mitch went and bought it. Read a book on him, so I was thinking about building that army, but Mitch went and bought it. Bastard. Oh well, it's not like there's not a million things I'm interested as well. Well, there's a Black Sea Greek army. I forget which one it is. It might actually be in the Hoplite Greek. I think there's a Black Sea Greek period. I think Volga Bulgars would probably fall into that. Sarmatians. What is it about that period that interests you? Or what is it about that area that interests you? It's not a common interest. Not there's anything wrong with that, just isn't a common thing. Let's use this I think it's the field drab color. US field drab. That was around here somewhere. Alright, it's time to put all these colors back. We'll leave the red out here. Stone, we don't need stone for a while. Here's that blue. This color? That's the one. Pontic Olbia and Penticapium were Greek colonies in the Black Sea. Historically interesting. Well, you're unique. And there's anything wrong with that. It's kind of a unique choice. That's good. It's good that we're not all interested in the same thing. Unless you want to argue and fight about it, then that's a deal breaker. But I'm gonna guess that's not your heritage, because that would be a pretty exclusive type heritage. Venetians, I think, had colonies there too. That's actually a really good book. If I haven't mentioned it before, I think I have. Poison King is a good Audible book. I've listened to that one a couple times. It's a pretty good story. Pretty good narrator on it as well. Always helps. Anyone run a Bactrian army? What's his name's working on one? Or he said he was going to work on one. Randy. "25L is Black Sea Greek." Said I saw Stranger Things. Yes, season 1 is one of the best things I've seen in 20 years. Just started season 3. I find them very entertained with the relationship between Steve and Dustin. Well, spoiler alert, they don't turn out to be lovers. So I don't know if their relationship went the direction you wanted it to go in. Season 3, that's the shopping mall one, right? Yeah, I just saw season 4, and I'm not sure if it's half of season 4 or something like that, but whatever they had on season 4. And I feel like they got the date wrong all the time. It supposedly takes place in 1986, a year I remember pretty well, and the fashion and stuff is just off. Some of the stuff is right, but some of the stuff is just wrong. See, I was 15. I remember that pretty well. But Girlfriend and I are in episode 4 of season 3. Yeah, episode 4 of season 7. Yeah. Yeah, we saw the whole thing. I watched it with my daughter. I thought season 1 was incredible. I thought season 1 was really, 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 really good. Really, really good. And the reason I liked it is I was exactly the same age that those kids are in the year that it takes place in. So they're 11 years old, and I was 11 in 1982. So that helps. Now, I've never been to Indiana, nor do I have any plans, but that was a nice tie-in. Now, that's not even that important. The thing is, it's just kind of, you kind of didn't know what to expect. You're kind of learning what's happening at the same time the characters are learning what happens. And more than any of the other seasons, it's definitely the most thinking season because you're thinking, okay, well, if this is here, then the opposite, the mirror image is this. And it's like, oh, that's what, it kind of makes you think. And I like TV that makes you think. Not necessarily like a solve a mystery, like a whodunit, but just kind of that, the process of it. And, yeah, I thought season 1 was one of the best things I've seen in a long, 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 long time. So. Season 1's my favorite. Not digging the Russians in the mall thing. Yeah, season 3, there were some incompetent Russians. Or it just seemed like they were too goofy or something like that. I didn't mind the mall theme. I only saw it once, so, I don't know how the hell Steve survived season 1. Steve seemed like he was marked for death in season 1. It was unbelievable that he survived it. There's a cool fan-made scenario for Age of Empires 2 where the Mongols are besieging Crimea. Try to watch show, not into it. That's okay. That's why they make lots of different shows. There's all kinds of shows that people have said, oh, this is a great show, and I'm like, not into it. You just don't find the Russians scary. Yeah, they're dumb as shit. They're like dumbasses. Like, did you get like there's a couple of them that are just totally miscast. Yeah. But, unlike video games, movies and TV shows, as the sequels go on, they get worse. Video games tend to get better, because there's graphics, there's more shit to do on them, that kind of stuff. But TV and movies, they always go downhill. There's very few exceptions that the second or third of something is better than the first one. It's just very, very easy. You don't know either. He takes a beating like a champ, though. Steve was supposed to die in season 1, but the directors really liked the actor. I think scenarios of the exploit of Belisarius could be entertaining. Absolutely, but I got to build that army. Steve as a character has the most character growth of the entire cast. Not to mention the best hair. I'm like, my ears get red just thinking about how much hair he has to deal with. I'm due for a haircut tomorrow as it is. We got to keep this shit short. Yeah, that would drive me crazy. Actually, the pool scene with Barb, when that happened, I was like, holy shit, kind of a movie is that? That was intense, man. That upside down pool scene, that was intense. And they ended up not showing anything, but it was kind of like that whole, you didn't know what was going to happen. So. Oh, man. And I think for the most part, maybe not the last 2 episodes in season 1, but for the most part, I felt like the kids really acted like kids would when there's something that's supernatural / scary. There's too many things that you see that it's like the kids are freaking brave and the adults are candy asses. I mean, there's just too many things that all the times like, well, kids wouldn't react that way. Kids are scared of kids are scared of shit. And I think season 1 did a really good job with that. Where I think that there's parts where they kind of they got a little bit bolder towards the end of the first season, but at the beginning they're like scared of shit at all kinds of stuff. And I thought that was kind of refreshing, considering most shows don't do that. They always show like the adults being the cowards and the kids are the ones that stand up and are able to fight back demons or whatever it is that they're doing, but which I consider extremely outlandish, but that's kind of par for the course with most things. That really was from Forge of Battle Kickstarter. It's collecting dust. Probably enough for 2 armies. Yeah, they're beautiful looking figures. I haven't seen them in the flesh, but I've seen them online. They're absolutely gorgeous. You have to wait until 3 Kingdom Obsession dies down. I can move on to painting my pile of shame. Yeah. I wanted to build the 3 Kingdoms Chinese army for the longest time. They didn't make figures for them, and now they make them, but it's just just too late. The 3 Kingdoms Chinese is the same problem the Han have. They don't fight anybody interesting. And I'm not going to build 2 of the same army. It just doesn't make sense. But I remember the first time I got into that was probably like 1982. I had a guy that was one of my gamer friends, and he had a Nintendo, the original one. I never had one of those. I like violent video games, not Nintendos. But he had that Romance of the 3 Kingdoms game, and it's kind of like a strategy type game or whatever. And we played that. I didn't have any idea who any of these people are. And then I played Dynasty Warriors 3, 4, 5, and a few others. And kind of, got to know who the characters were, even though they're outlandishly portrayed in there. But it is what it is, There's all kinds of really good stuff they could do that's, better than fantasy series they have, but they would probably just change them all and would do everybody a disservice. Marco! Doing a campaign with my boys and my Carthaginians just beat a Polybian army in Spain. Shame on you. You should sacrifice your children just for that. The Carthaginians just won. It's like, hey, Dad, what happens when the Carthaginians win? We throw you in the funeral pyre. I just keep buying armies. I still need to buy late Roman armies. I like Fall of Empires armies. Yeah, Dynasty Warriors is the gateway drug for me into 3 Kingdom stuff. I love freaking the dragon guy. What is it? Matang? Whatever. That guy looked cool. Actually, the first guy I played, just out of the blue, I just picked up Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun. I played him all the way through. Never really cared for the Wu guys very much. Didn't find him very interesting. Ma Chao. Ma Chao. Yeah, I like Ma Chao. Ma Chao looked cool. He had like dragon armor. Yep. Yeah, Ma Chao looked freaking awesome. I don't care if it's all bullshit made up stuff. It's good looking bullshit made up stuff. Never really played the leaders. The guy that had the eye patch for Wei, he was fun to play. He was pretty fun too. Never cared for the drunk. I know which one. The shoe drunk, Zhang Fei. Never cared for him. I think I played Guan Yu a little bit, but he's just not fun at parties. He's a little He's a little too much like Old Man Antipater. I'm reading this book on the Diadochi, or hold on, Theathoha. Right, the Diadochi. And this guy says Old Man Antipater all the time, almost like that's his full name. He just brings up, every time Antipater gets mentioned, he's like, Old Man Antipater. Really, really great book. Really great book. Ghost on the Throne, I think is what it's called. It's on Audible. I was skeptical of the narrator, but he's okay. He's a little wooden, but he works. I don't have too much of a problem with his pronunciation, although I never called him. He calls him Perdiccas, and that could be right, but I've always called him Perdiccas, but I could be wrong. But other than that, he's okay. I really need to take notes while I'm reading it, so. What kind of scenario is the death of Zhao Wan? Okay, that's the guy, yep. You gotta come out of lurking when somebody mentions your boy, yeah. Unboxing new dragon figure just picked up from my friendly local gaming shop. Yeah. I liked him. I like the eye patch dude. Can't think of anybody else right now. There's a Wu guy that has like a mace. He's okay too. That's it. I certainly haven't played through all the characters. That's the only ones I can remember anyways. But definitely Ma Chao. Since you can't play Lu Bu, and Lu Bu just seems like he's extremely constipated. I mean, the boy needs some relief. But he's a badass, but he's just a constipated badass. And most games you can't play him right off the bat. So, by the time you earn playing him, you're like, man, I'm done playing this game, man. I mean, my fingers are tired of clicking on all the buttons. Someone explain this. I rolled my sleeves all the way up while walking, and my arms got sun everywhere. But the damn middle of my arms, what the hell? I don't know. Maybe you're like power walking and you never. I don't know. What's your superpower? I get weird tan lines. Ooh. Really good, historically accurate Three Kingdom movie just got subbed on YouTube called Huatuo. Huatuo. It's like you're reeling back for a flying kick. Huatuo. And Sao Sao. very good representation of the time. Yeah. What's the guy that they freaking oust? Dong Zhuo. What a dick. That guy's just what a fat dick. Nobody likes that guy. Doesn't he get killed by Lu Bu kills him, doesn't he? This almost sounds like a Diadochi background information. So I'm reading his Diadochi, and I still don't have a guy that I like. I guess that's probably a good thing. It's funny. I have a Ptolemaic army. I just don't like Ptolemy. Right off the bat, he's like starts inbreeding. You know, he has a thing for inbreeding things, and he supposedly wasn't a really good general. I mean, he wasn't a bad general. He wasn't a really good general, but he ended up stopping Perdiccas twice. And he did all the correct political power plays, you know. It worked out for him. Old man Antipater. So apparently Craterus, I didn't know this. You know that silly little Macedonian hat that they used to wear? It's almost kind of like a flat cap type thing, but it's really oversized and wide brim. Apparently Craterus had a thing for that, and he wears it into battle. So I'm like, well, if I build that army, I got to build a guy with that silly little flat cap, which I'm not a fan of. I think it looks ridiculous. You know, it's like a pizza pie landed on his head or something like that. Deng Zhuo is one of my favorites. I like to say Deng Zhuo did nothing wrong. Yeah, Lu Bu killed him. I think I like Eumenes out of the die. You know, Eumenes seems like his heart's in the best place. You know, I don't know that I like him because the poor guy, I mean, well, I just got done. Let's see, where am I right now? And I've gone through the whole thing before. This is just in this detailed book. I just got by the part where Perdiccas dies. He gets killed. And but the word hasn't gotten to him that Eumenes won against Neoptolemus and Craterus. But Eumenes seems like so far he's got his heart in the right place. He seems like the best guy. As far as like a good guy, he seems like the best good guy. Honestly. I mean, everybody else is just... everybody else just seems like they are misguided, or they have the wrong agenda, or, you know, they're in it for the wrong reasons. Eumenes seems like a good guy. I mean, I know eventually he's going to get, you know, backstabbed. I know what's going to happen, but... you know, I don't know how long this book... I think this is the book that I read that it only does the early years. And it's a shame because it's really, really good. And it does a really good job of doing everything really chronologically. And since this is I think like my third book on them, it's not very confusing for me, but it's just kind of nice that because they're doing it chronologically, they're jumping all over the place. And that keeps, you know, some things from being, you know, too boring. But, yeah, Eumenes, I think, is the good guy. In all of it, he's definitely, so far, he's, you know, he's good. How was the movie Ron? I hated it. And the reason why I hated it is it's sad that you have a samurai epic thing that's based on a Shakespearean play. It is just, like, insulting, you know. With all the stories they could have, with all the background information that there's on the samurai and the shoguns and all that stuff, to just do a King Lear thing is ridiculous. You know. It's disenfranchising them. There's so many cool things that we can learn that haven't been done about other cultures, that to take away the opportunity to do that is just really sad, you know? It's just really sad. There's lots of interesting things that are part of the fabric of other cultures that would be interesting to learn from, you know? I'm not saying they're better or worse, just it's different, and just to take that away from them is just really sad when the information's there, you know? So that's what I didn't like about it. But Eumenes, I think, is the good guy so far, you know? He's gonna get backstabbed soon. You know, in some ways, Ptolemy is kind of the anti-Perdiccas. Ptolemy made all the right calls that worked out for him, and Perdiccas made all the wrong calls, and he ended up getting backstabbed, you know? Ron was a Japanese production, though. Can they disenfranchise themselves? Sure they can. Well, that's what the guy wanted to make. He wanted to make that kind of a movie. I just think it's just sad. You know? I think it's just sad that there's so many cool things that... It's a missed opportunity. Let's put it that way. It's a missed opportunity. I mean, they could have done something between Uesugi and Takeda. I think that would have been better. Just to mention one. But again, you know, some of us want to make movies to invigorate others that aren't interested in history to be interested in history, and they just want to make a buck. So, you know, different motivators. Yeah, I don't like using that disenfranchising term. That's why I kind of yucked at myself to do that. Death saves are so stupid unless it's a save versus death, which is you fail, you die. Conversation about ancient generals and movies contenders. Yeah, we talk about all kinds of random shit. Best thing about D&D was the figures, but by the time I was in my early 30s, girls, beer, and football was more appealing. I always thought it was weird to get experience by getting gold. You know? Here's a pile of gold. Oh, all of a sudden I'm like really experienced. Yeah, maybe at being a banker. I've played D&D since I was 14, so kicking it like it's 1985. Now they got weird stuff, right? You could well, not now. I guess it's been out for a while. You could play like a half orc and shit like that. Like, it never occurred to me to play anything but a human. I don't want to play anything that's not a human. I did get handed a dwarf in Hero Quest and had a blast with that. That was fun. I wasn't even drinking. Well, the dwarf was, but I wasn't. Surprised we haven't gone too much into World War II tonight. Well, we can't always be about World War II. It's not so weird if you think of it this way. You did a lot to find that treasure, and it's factored into that. Otherwise, you'd need to kill everything that moves just to get a level, and that gets old super fast. I don't know. I'm a devout pacifist every day, so, you know, in a game, I want to commit mass murder and, you know, rape and pillage, because, you know, every day in real life, I'm just, you know, I'm a live and let live kind of guy. Oh. Only kind of fantasy gaming I do of any amount would be like playing Diablo or something like that. Yeah, Diablo Immortal is just, I don't know why anybody would spend any money on that, but you know, I don't spend real money on games you can play for free. You know, you're gonna have to grind. You know, if you're gonna skip the grind, well, not really my thing, but it's a good time wasting thing. It's pretty good for free. I'm sure they're making a killing on some people that wouldn't have done it. Picked up some new dice. Tony would hate them. They're marbled. I don't always hate marbled dice. It's just when the marbling is like white and the pips are white, it kind of gets lost. You like playing really old senile characters in D&D. Well, that might be interesting. As you can, blast me some extra. World War II is a great topic. Yeah. This time I played D&D was given a chaotic, evil cleric and deliberately wiped the party, sold their gear, and sacrificed their bodies to a demon. You jokingly called Wizards of the Coast Dungeons and Dragons woke SJW and superheroes. That's how they game these days. Well, can't you just play the game and like make fun of all that stuff and kill all the woke elements? Get back at them? I hate woke shit. How dare you tell me what should offend me? That's like telling me what I need to be scared of. Don't tell me what I need to be scared of. I'm already scared of shit, and it's not what you want me to be scared of. I don't know if I'm digging this horse. It's kind of a weird looking horse. We'll roll with him. Too early to make a determination on that. You must eat dinner early. Yeah, who the hell eats dinner at freaking 8:55 p.m.? It's the first thing I do when I get home. My normal eating times are 5 a.m., 11, and as close to 5 as I can get. Wizards of the Coast also actively goes after the fans and players of the TSR versions of Real Dungeons and Dragons. I know there was a woke thing, but I don't really follow it on that. I'd just play a character that would like go against all that stuff just to get back at them. I don't know. I wouldn't mind playing a role-playing game. I think if our group played a role-playing game, it'd be all right. You just gotta turn that shit off. I mean, you don't want to be, like LARPy with it, because that's the role-playing game stigma that role players have, is that they go across the, say they're playing a game at a store and they go across the street to grab something to eat and they're still in that role-playing mode. It's like, okay, nerd burglar, turn that shit off, I mean, I know that gamers are not the coolest folks around, not the hippest folks around, but really, you don't need to like self-crucify yourself, and put on some deodorant for God's sakes. You dirty bastard. Oh, man. Nerd burglars, yeah. What's the one from the Universal ride? What does he call him? Nerdenheimer. Okay, Nerdenheimer. Hold on 1 second. All right, so in about 5 minutes, I got to go pick up the daughter. So I think what we're going to do is, I really am not done painting for the night. So I'm probably going to put an intermission. It's going to be a long intermission. It's probably going to be like half an hour. So if you guys are still around, cool. If not, it is what it is. But tried Magic the Gathering, couldn't find a good group. I hate that whole card collecting crap. Rick the Nerd Burglar. He's got his own YouTube channel. He can't be a nerd burglar. Group complaint, Dex Wizard, Battle Tech System. Yeah. So anyways, I got to go pick up my daughter. And I'm going to leave the computer running. I'm going to take my phone off. And we will be back probably in about, it might be 35 minutes. So, yeah, I'm not done. I don't want to, because if I disconnect now, I'm not going to reconnect. And, I'm really not done painting. I do need to put my contacts back in, because if you're not used to wearing glasses, which I'm not, I wear contacts instead of glasses. When you drive around with glasses, especially at night, it's like you're driving drunk. Things move and you see like shiny things. I'm like, no, we got to lose that. So, yeah, we'll be back in 35 minutes. I'll be back as soon as I can. So, you guys can continue the chat. Please behave, and you guys know what's accepted here. And I'm not worried about with these folks. And we will be back shortly. Oh, I got a button for intermission. What's that look like? Well, that looks weird. We're not going to do that. Let's go back to live. What the hell is that? Be right back, folks. Okay, folks, we're coming back. 7 viewers. Holy crap. Unbelievable. Okay. Let's see if we can get everything back to where it's supposed to be. We need to go back on the network. We need to... It's actually good to do this, because this is kind of good practice. Put the Droid Cam app up. Let's go on the computer and do... Yeah, weather's pretty yucky. I wouldn't want her driving back in that weather anyways. That's still good. Droid Cam, okay, we're good there. All right, and did that do it? That did it. Wow, that's pretty good here. Man, you know how much I got to go back and read? All right, we took a glance here. Oh, holy shit, man. I want to make sure you guys didn't talk about something super interesting. Holy moly. Always behave. Okay. No music intermission. Yeah, sorry. A little basic here. Remember, I'm a painter. I'm new at this. Flattery and a quarter will get you a gumball. Oh. Vivaldi Concerto, 4 violins, yeah. Anybody ever play that game? What was it called? Dungeon Siege. Dungeon Siege. It came out, and what was really unique about that game, Dungeon Siege, is you basically get to pick with your male or female. That's it. You only had 2 choices, not 27 choices or 52 or whatever, male or female. And then you didn't pick a class or anything. You just kind of, I think you start off with like, you know, maybe a hand weapon and like a bow and maybe like one spell you knew. And as you started using that one thing, it would even have it would tell you your skill as you started getting better at it. So if you want to play a magic user, start using magic, and then eventually you got better. I thought that was really unique to do that. Maybe there's other games that do that. I think that is the way to do it. You have different starting locations of the game. Nords, no idea what that is. Popular game in this area is Pathfinder. Isn't Pathfinder just like an earlier version of D&D? I don't remember. There's some Pathfinder games I think I saw that on the computer. It looked pretty cool, but they're like turn-based or something like that. Your suggestion, World War II in the Pacific. Like I said, like I was saying earlier, if you want to do something that's heavy on the infantry, I wouldn't go 6. You know, because you're just going to be painting a bunch of little maggots. You know, they're not going to be, you know, visible enough. My opinion, you know. Been on the bridge of the Iowa-class battleship, New Jersey. We're stopping and seeing the North Carolina on the way up. That's the plan. That's what we're doing on the way to Historicon. Hopefully it'll work out. Philippines for a month. Ooh, it's going to feel like here. Hopefully you don't get any storms during that time. My friends joke when their computer is slow, they blame all the drones in Ukraine. Hey, that's my line on my feed. Hey, you're breaking up. It's all those damn drones. Is that war still going on? Stephen Curry, welcome. We tore the roof off while you were away. You guys, it's fine. I'm sorry I didn't want to leave, but it's like I leave and then it's like, I'm not going to get everybody. I'm not going to get the gang out here because I'd like to play I'd like to paint another hour, or at least talk about painting for another hour. You have played Dungeon Siege. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. It was. I never got to finish it because when it came out, my computer at the time was having a lot of trouble running it. But I wonder if it was the inspiration for World of Warcraft to make the goblins like the gun guys, because the goblins in that game, they were the ones that had like firearms and shit like that in Dungeon Siege. Pathfinder's upgun version of 3.0 Dungeons and Dragons. Very power gamey. Yeah. Like I said, I hadn't played it since 1985. I would, as long as it was like heavy on the miniatures. They wouldn't even have to be painted. But, make that dry erase board and put the figures out there so you can see the distance between each other and, talk about. But I'd be interested in like a tactical type game more than, I check for traps or, going and talking to people and, Okay, how far up do we want to go with this horse? Let's keep going. Sorry for that intermission. Hopefully it wasn't too long. It wasn't too long for some of you guys. You guys have even less of a life than I do. You're still here. Man, much appreciated. I really do. You guys ought to know that. It's we're gonna do a lot of this in this coming week, is the plan. And I thought I was getting really low on this, but I guess I'm only half done with the magic juices. The accidental magic juices. So speaking of a historical miniseries, I have not seen these, okay? But I was interested in watching them actually, I was interested in watching them just before we did our War of the Roses stuff. But have you guys seen that series, what is it, like The White Queen or something like that? I haven't, because it wasn't available on any of the channels that we happen to have. But what is it, like there's like a White Queen and there's like a Spanish princess and there's something like that. Have you guys seen any of those? Are they worth watching? Daka Daka. I use dry erase, board, and miniatures if it got players to the game. Otherwise, I prefer theater of the mind because I'm a descriptive individual. I hate the idea of theater of the mind. I think I was okay with it as a kid, but now it's like everybody's imagining something different. It's kind of like the telephone game, but, that's just me. I mean, I'd want the board game just so you could see like the distance between. I don't know. That's how I think. I think tactically like that. Does anybody ever run Tomb of Horrors? That old module Tomb of Horrors. Anybody run that thing? I remember I had it, and I looked through it, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can survive this. There's no way. and I forget exactly what the parameters are, but the only way to like get the front doors, you have to search for traps and be successful, but you have to do it at the correct location. It's just like, you're screwed, You gave up on historical dramas. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I thought Versailles was really good. It's funny, Mitch and I both saw Versailles, and Versailles is really almost kind of like definitely geared towards women, I would think. I don't care, I thought it was actually the only thing I didn't like about Versailles is that some people made no effort to do a French accent, and that really kind of bugged me. Come on, man, put some effort into it. Other than that, I thought there was enough different characters. There was somebody there. There was something there for everybody. Which is, I think, kind of the strong suit of Game of Thrones. Because Game of Thrones has so many characters, and I hate half of them. I hate half the characters in Game of Thrones, but the other half are really cool. So worst case scenario, you got at least 6 or 7 folks you like, or you find interesting. That's probably more accurate than like, because there's some characters I find interesting. I don't necessarily like them. We've not played Tomb of Horrors. Many people have died in it over and over. First edition AD&D back in the day. That's all there was back then. You either had basic or you had AD&D. That was it. I didn't know any better. I was 14 or 13 or whatever the hell it was. White Queen, Red Queen, the Kingmaker's daughter. Kingmaker's daughter. I don't know Kingmaker's daughter. I don't know that one. Game of Thrones. Are they making a remake with a Game of Thrones? Did that already happen? Is it happening? I don't know. It doesn't bode well after that last season. I don't know anybody who liked that last season. And the last season had a couple of issues. The biggest issue, regardless of how it ends and what happens to the characters that you give a shit about, okay? And I think a lot of people were dissatisfied in that regard. But regardless of that, it was just rushed. I mean, it took forever for that freaking albino chick to walk her ass all the way across the freaking world. And then when she gets there, it's like, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. It's like, it's all over with in no time, So that was apparent, no matter whether you liked what happened to the characters that you cared about or not. Irrespective of that, it was pretty much everybody agreed on. It was like done. It was like rushed way too quick. But and there has to be some characters that nobody liked. There has to be some characters that like 90% of the people really disliked the character or whatever. And what I mean by dislike doesn't mean they didn't care about what happened in their story arc at all. You just read there today will be likely a spin-off series about Jon Snow. I heard about it about a week ago. I am not a Jon Snow fan. As a matter of fact, I didn't like any of the Stark people. Once Ned died, he was the only Stark. Is Historicon going to have a DBA event? It will not. It will have 10. 10? One Wednesday, maybe actually 9. One Wednesday, 3 Thursday, 3 Friday, 2 Saturday. 9. Yep. There is DBA at Historicon if Mitch and I go. And we didn't go last year because multiple reasons, but it's not in July. Being probably the biggest one. Yeah, not a Jon Snow fan, not a Stark fan. Didn't like any of the Stark people. None of them. None of them. I don't think. I personally don't think Jon Snow had the charisma to lead, a blind person to the bathroom. But that's just me. I understand that other people like him. You didn't care for Game of Thrones. Okay, fair enough. Hey, it's Game of Thrones is just like Walking Dead, in that it wasn't all that in a bag of chips. Well, it was better than Walking Dead. The Walking Dead, the writing was just went south really fast. But everybody was watching it, so it pretty much was something, gave you something to talk about with everybody. You love Peter Dinklage in Thrones. I think pretty much everybody liked him. I liked him. Yeah, didn't care for any of the Starks. Thought most of the female characters were really weak, except what's her face, the old woman. She was awesome. She was freaking awesome. Whatever her name is. The Avengers lady. She was awesome. My two favorite characters. My three favorite characters. Three? I'm going to say my two favorite. I don't know if I have a favorite character. Well, the one who had the best lines was Sabran. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. He had the best lines in the whole thing. And he had the best lines of all. But my favorite character was him, Sir Bronn, Jaime Lannister. I thought that was a great character. Now, I didn't care for how it ended, because he really should have ended up with what's-her-face, with the big girl, whatever her name is. I thought he deserved redemption. But nope, he wanted to continue inbreeding. And that was just like a lazy end. It was just like they rushed that last season. Should have been like 3 seasons at the race that they were going in. I don't care for R.R. Martin's writing. I think his books are trash. Keep in mind I'm a Tolkien fan. I'm never going to read his books. It's fiction. Why would I read fiction? I like the whole dynamic between Dinklage's character and the eunuch, and I thought that was a neat dynamic. There's something there for everybody, you know. I'm not surprised that Daenerys ended up turning into what she turned into. It's just how it happened so quickly, and it's just like it was just all rushed, you know. They literally spent how many years building up to it, and then when you get to the point, it's like done in like half of an episode. So, I wasn't a fan of hers anyways. You know, she didn't do anything for me, so, you know. I tend to not look, you know, I tend to not appreciate people that eat, hearts and stuff like that. I'm like, as soon as you start eating hearts, I'm like, no, 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 no. Just like, what is that movie? Legends of the Fall? Legends of the Fall would freaking, I don't remember anything other than Brad Pitt going crazy. And he starts like, doing like human sacrificing type shit. I'm like, I'm out. No, no. Martin's work is just bad soap operas. I think he has to kill a lot of characters, and you really don't. He forgets his genre is fantasy, not murder characters. Yeah. I'll never read his stuff. There's just too many real... the only fiction I have read... The only fiction I've read, and I really have no interest in reading more fiction, is... I've read some Clancy. I've read the two Jurassic Park movies. The two Jurassic Park movies, yeah, the two Jurassic Park books. And Team Yankee. Right? And I think that's it. I really have no interest in reading more fiction. There's just too many real things that happened. Like, I don't have time for that. Off the shower, I might catch you on. You like Amelia Clark, but not as a blonde. She wasn't Game of Thrones. She doesn't do anything for me. Joe was here? Exactly. Like a ninja. Joe the Jacksonville Ninja. Dun dun dun. Who's the other character I liked? Oh, the guy who was, what's his name? Oh, I like Cunningham. I like Liam Cunningham. So I like The Onion Knight. And I can't believe that guy ended up sacrificing his freaking daughter in the fire, man. That's just bullshit, man. That's some Carthaginian crap if I've ever seen any. That's some Carthaginian crap right there. I like what's his name, but not for the reasons you would think. Because I think he was definitely misguided. But I like oh man, the guy that was having a love affair with Daenerys, that was basically her protector. I liked his character a lot. I could relate to his character a lot. I think he just fell for the wrong frickin' person. Whatever's in, what starts with an M, whatever his clan was, the Bear Clan people. I really like that actor, and I really like that character. I really like people that are loyal. I find it very. I appreciate that. I don't like people that backstab folks. So, Littlefinger was just like freaking worse than a Nazi. That guy was terrible. But at least he didn't sacrifice his own daughter in the fire, But, I'd forgotten about Littlefinger. Oh, and Old Man Lannister. Old Man Lannister was a great freaking character. Didn't say he was a good guy. I think he was just a great character. I liked Old Man Lannister. You have no idea who those characters are aside from Daenerys. Well, you gotta watch it. You know? You gotta watch it. Yeah, I remember loving that part where Daenerys' brother freaking gets it. Like, that guy was just like a... They should have named that guy Justinian. What a prick. That guy was a freaking prick. That's what you get. Oh, you like gold, huh? Gee, that wasn't lifted from history anywhere. All right, so we're going to go with the same theme. So we need to get some leather brown out here. And let's do all his leathery bits. Well, that's chocolate. You've only seen season 1. Yeah, there's other stuff to watch. Like I said, the biggest draw was everybody was watching it. You can talk about it. And I think I didn't start watching it until like season 4 was out. So like I binged it. And it's nice to be like, not leaving me hanging, not leaving me hanging, not leaving me hanging. Watch another episode, watch another episode. Get past my dislike for the whole story to watch Game of Thrones. No. So you're not going to watch the new one? I may not watch the new one either. Like I said, I didn't have HBO at the time, so I think Mitch had it and we watched it live. So of course, you know, we got all the color commentary. That would have been worth watching, all the color commentary. Probably better than the real show. Now, I haven't seen, as far as the Tolkien stuff, I've seen the 3 Lord of the Rings. I haven't seen the Hobbit, and the reason why is, well, I'm not big on watching that stuff anyways, but I was waiting for my daughter to watch it. I got my daughter to watch the first 2 Lord of the Rings, and she said, Daddy, I don't want to watch the 3rd one anymore. It's boring. And I kind of agreed with her. I'm like, I'd seen them before. I'm like, I don't want to see it again. So I just haven't seen The Hobbit. And don't have a huge interest in seeing it. I've never read the books. Probably never will read the books. There's just too many real things that happen to be fooling around with that. I don't really care for, I'm probably the only person you'll hear say this, because it seems like everybody likes him. I'm probably the only person that doesn't like Christopher Lee. I don't like Christopher Lee. I didn't say he wasn't a good actor. I just don't like him, you know? Especially older. I really don't like him. So... But he's not really in an exclusive category because there's lots of folks I don't like. And there's lots of folks I like less than him, you know, but I didn't really care for how he was still portrayed wearing white. I know that's probably the way it was intended to be or whatever, but I don't really like the way that was that kind of went down, but yeah, they don't care what I think. Not mention once with the Hobbit movies, the CGI graphics are horrible in it. It might be a factor of your TV. Like if your TV is too good, if the refresh rate on your TV is too good, CGI looks terrible. It looks all fakey, you know. I'll have that. I'll have that happen. I'll watch something and it looks like video instead of film, and it just looks weird. And it's just because of somebody told me it was a refresh rate on your TV or something like that. I'm like, my TV is not state of the art. I mean, it was at one time, but so was everybody's. But it just looked super fake, super hokey. Is this the leather brown? I think it. Oh, it's over here. Might be the same one, but. So it makes everything look like a home video. So, yeah, that's what I heard. I'd heard that the Hobbit movies weren't as good. So, anyway, it's time I take watching that. It's time I'm not painting. I'm going to put some of this down just to make sure it's the same one, because I'd hate for it to... Yeah, it is. I heard that they weren't as good. And we should be on tomorrow morning at 00:30 as normal. We'll get to do a shield pattern. I'll have to decide which shield I'm going to do on these guys. My favorite part. And no, I'm not being sarcastic. It is my favorite part. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. I don't know why the graphics got worse. Doesn't make any sense to me either. That shouldn't be the case. You're doing something wrong. But as far as historical miniseries or whatever, I think Rome was one of the best ones out there. I think there's something there for everybody. You thought flags were my favorite part. Heraldry, same thing. Yeah. Japanese monster movies. Gojira. Old school Japanese anime. There's only one I like. That one that we used to watch in the late 70s in Alabama. Battle of the Planets. It's funny, they were showing that in the late 70s, and I think the original one is from the early 70s. But that's the only one I ever watched. I didn't watch Speed Racer and none of that stuff. It wasn't available. I'm not a big fan of the art in any of the animes that I've seen. Doesn't mean there isn't any out there that I like. I'm just not a big fan of any of the ones that I've seen. Looking back, my early Imperial Roman figures can't believe painting all their shields. Yeah. Miyazaki, bless you. So supposedly the Goths have this shield that's apparently fake. That, you know that shield that looks like, that's stepped like this? Let me find a spot that, like a coffin. Apparently that's not a real shield. And every Goth figure freaking has those damn things. So, I got some Goths, so I'll do them. I'll probably put a few in there just to mix them in, but, you know. There's some good new anime. You just gotta find what you like. Yeah. A lot of the subject matter is kind of like lacking, I guess. I'm sure there's stuff I like. Like there's some animation I like. As a matter of fact, since you mentioned Transformers a while ago, I don't think I've seen Transformers the movie or the G.I. Joe movie, but they did a Transformers, I think it's called Transformers Prime, that came out like 2010, something like that. And I watched that whole series I watched the whole series with my daughter, and I think that looked great. It was definitely CGI inspired. I thought it looked wonderful. Wings of Hono, bless you. Honoimase. Honoimase. They always had this anime that was playing at this Japanese little takeout place that we'd go to. I shouldn't say Japanese. It was Pan-Asian. Pan-Asian. They always had this anime going, and I don't know what the hell it was, but there was like this death creature or something like that. I don't know. It was, I don't know what it was. I'm like, the art actually in it looked okay. I just, the subject matter was just something that didn't appeal to me at all, you know. But okay, we're doing white on these guys, right? We doing white or we're doing white? Who white? Who? Me, that's who. There's this one anime about succubus girls, but it has historical medieval combat at the same time. It's quite the two things put together. Interesting. Succubus girls. Do they launch, what was that stuff called? Bloodstar? There's succubi that launch Bloodstar. Good old Diablo 1. And you couldn't run. You had to try to like dodge them. Good old school Diablo 1. Succubus girls got his attention, that's right. Japanese succubi. Yeah. You love Cowboy Bebop. Okay, so as an outsider, how can anime be called Cowboy Bebop? It just doesn't sound like it would go with the name of it at all. Cowboy Bebop sounds like it would go with, what's that one? Isn't there like an Afro Samurai or something like that? There's something like that. It sounds like it would go with the same thing. Isn't there like an Afro Samurai type of anime? I don't know. I am not in the know. I am not in the know. I don't even want to pretend like I know what I'm talking about. I don't have a clue. They're bounty hunters. Okay? There's absolutely an Afro Samurai. Okay. Main characters are bounty hunters, and they're called cowboys, all right? And the ship they have is named the Bebop. The Bebop sounds like something like from Toe Jam and Earl. If you guys know what I'm talking about, where's my Sega Genesis fans? Toe Jam and Earl. Kicking it like it's 1991. Bebop totally sounds like the spaceship for Toe Jam or Earl, or both of them. There's got to be some anime I would like. I just haven't, well, I haven't looked for it, you know? My daughter hasn't either, although she did watch the whole, what's that, Last Airbender thing. Is that considered anime? Is that Last Airbender anime? I've seen some of that. That's okay. I don't love the plot, but it actually looks pretty decent. Battle of the Planets, 70s, had me and my siblings enthralled. I thought it was awesome when I was a kid. When it means Battle of the Planets, you mean Ninja Team Gotcha Man. Yeah, yep. Yep, it was called Battle of Planets here, and it was dumbed down because apparently it was too violent. But that original cartoon, I believe, was like from 1971 or 72, and they brought it here to the U.S. and edited some stuff out. And the stuff that they edited, they added like the whole 7 Zark 7. You didn't think I was gonna remember what that guy was called? A little R2D2 guy for the audiences, because it was post Star Wars, and to kind of make it a lighter theme, but that's what I understand. I remember there was this one episode, and I think it was on season 1, because when you watch things on TV, there's no seasons. It's just you watch whatever freaking episode they decide to put on there, and if it's one you've already seen, well, tough titty. You're gonna have to watch it again if you want to watch it. But there was this one episode where, and what I always liked is the bad guys always made some gaiju type creature, And it wasn't necessarily a monster. It was, mechanical, whatever. But it was always in the shape of something that existed on Earth. So they came over and made some huge machine to like crush things. It was like a huge vulture or a flying armadillo, or it's true, there was one that was an armadillo, a turtle. Always something. I think there was an armadillo. Maybe it was the turtle I was thinking of. I don't know. It was the Christmas armadillo. No. Mixing up the shows now. A big octopus, something that was, from Earth, and it was done in a, in a giant robot or whatever theme. But I remember there was this one episode, I was a kid, I was like 7 years old or 7 or 8 years old or whatever. And there was this one episode where it was like a big mummy. And this mummy could fly. So he shows up to this airport with his mummy, and the mummy's, destroying things at the airport, whatever. So, the Japanese self-defense force or whatever it is with their little tanks, or they show up and they start firing on him. They call the jets and everything, and they like roast this mummy. And you think he's gonna freaking die or whatever. Well, all they do is they take off the wrappings that they have on it. Underneath it was like this demonic demon. And I remember like being like, what the fuck? I mean, when I was a kid, I was like, holy shit. I just was really impressed by that. Because I don't like demonic shit to begin with, but that kind of, I don't know if I was not really scared, but it kind of, like, I remember that. It was the space mummy or whatever. I think it was on season 1 or something like that. But yeah, it was a creature within the creature. And, don't watch live action anime stuff. Is there live action anime stuff? I tell you what, if I was a kid, I would have loved the whole Power Rangers thing. As stupid and dorky as it is, I just know it would be, the monsters and the suits and the guy that jumps down. I would have liked that, Sergeant Frog. Okay. 88. I remember 88 well. Gundam Wing. Never watched any of the Gundam stuff. It just wasn't available. Back in the day, you watched whatever the hell was on TV, and if they didn't offer it, guess what? Your happy ass didn't see it to see it. It's called the 1970s, folks. You watched whatever the hell was on TV, and you wore bell bottoms. Well, not bell bottoms, but you wore corduroys while you were doing that. Growing up, we watched, not because I liked it, but it was the only damn thing on, Lost in Space. Why? It was on. If you wanted to watch TV on Sunday morning, you didn't have a whole lot of choices. Sunday, everything was freaking closed, and everything was really limited what you got to see. So. I didn't have BattleTech. It wasn't available in my area. I've never lived in a huge. That's right, Casey Kasem voice. He did the main guy, Mark. Yeah, he did all kinds of shit. Did Shaggy? Right? Did he do Shaggy? I think he did Shaggy. I don't remember anymore. He did. Again, I never cared for Scooby-Doo. Why'd I watch it? It was the only fucking thing on. It was either that or you're not watching anything, You won't have a million choices. These kids are all freaking spoiled. It's either that or you're not watching TV, pal. That's got to be like the most cush job ever. Do voices for like animation or cartoons or shit like that, or movies. Like you just sit in your freaking underwear or whatever, or not even wear any if that's if that's your denomination, and just do voices. So, Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Never played the Slayers, which is unfortunate. Was Space Ghost what that was called, or was it called Space Ghost Coast to Coast? Give me a name for a villain for my game tomorrow. Give me some background information. What's he look like? Is he a fighter? Is he a magic user? Is he really evil? Tiberius. Tiberius is a good name, but Tiberius is like a name that you need like freaking a following. You know? Like you gotta be like, a tier. He's like the top of the pyramid kind of guy. You can't just be like some, mid-level villain. Tiberius would be like a terrible henchman name. You need like to be higher up on the food chain than that. Tiberius would be a terrible name for a magic user. This doesn't go. In my opinion, you may disagree. I'm actually surprised by how many people have really poor name choices for characters. And I think it's an integral part of the game is to have a character or a name of folks that is appropriate to the game that you're playing. I think that if you have just made up stuff to be funny, it's just freaking stupid, And I've seen people play online games and they give these characters names that have numbers and shit like that, and it's just like moronic. Like, why would you do that? It doesn't go with the rest of the theme of the whole, thing you're creating. He's known as a butcher of the innocent, big and portly, with a three-headed flail. Merciless and demonic, no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Poor hygiene, too. Terragor. Terragor's not bad. Terragor definitely sounds like somebody who doesn't mind getting their hands dirty. Maybe add 2 R's at the end. Terragor. That's a good name. Tiberius sounds a little too proper, too too stuffy for that guy. That guy's like, sounds like the butcher in Diablo is what he sounds like. Oh, known butcher of the innocent. There you go. Big and portly. Asamir the butcher. Behold, Asamir. Big and portly. That's what I want to be when I grow up. Portly. Said no one ever. Said no one ever. What game you doing tomorrow? You doing some dicey depths? 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 Terragor, that's right, double R, baby. Nordic, I might use Asimir. That's a good name, too. Wasn't there a Terragor in history? I don't know. No. There was a game. There was a game. If you guys ever play any of the Koei games, you remember that's the guys that did the stuff from Dynasty Warriors, right? KOEI. They had a series of games that were like strategic type games called. Well, one of them was called Genghis Khan, and it was like you had to build you had to control these zones, and you could like farm things and harvest and use some light management, and you could build units and go out and fight each other. It was a little tactical battle, whatever. So these guys, I showed them this game. They're actually friends of a guy that I knew, and they're like, "Oh man, that game you showed them, they really, really like that game." I'm like, "Cool." So I go watch them, and they, could create your own character. Well, they named the guy Sheepfucker. Like, why would you do that? I mean, why would you create like, a dumbass name for some guy that's running a freaking empire? And they just thought it was cute. And I'm like, okay, well, that's stupid. Why would you do that? Sheepfucker. So yeah, there's lots of people out there that just don't name things appropriate to the characters. For a minute, Koei have an AWI game. They do? Huh. Hoping to do some dicey depths either tomorrow with my friend Mike, or set up some scenarios for young cousins that are coming into town for a weekend. Fresh meat. Fresh meat. I think the name of a character is really important. Kind of sets the whole theme. Sets the whole theme, and honestly, it can ruin it if you pick the wrong one. All right, let's paint this guy's face. What time is it? Holy shit. Well, looky here. We'll do the face and send them to the Undermountain. Start digging. Why am I digging? For your doom. Some house rules for D&D using the Jenga Tower. Might try to get some of my friends to try it out, but they aren't big at anything but video games. Get other friends. What about Bob? Yeah, it's a bad name. Yeah. Yeah. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in the water? Bob. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs hanging on the wall? Art. Yeah. Jenga Tower for DBA. That just sounds like one of these things not like the other. One of these things ain't the freaking same. It just sounds like that. I'm sure it probably goes with it, but Jenga's kind of like 52 card pickup, like in 3 dimensions, right, let's do this guy in the face. Do his face. A portly villain. His only weapon, he has spells and casts light on a candlestick all the time. On the floor mat. There you go. There it is. You know that one too. Yep. Yep, blast from the past. Next we'll roll into the dead baby jokes. Oh, man. Yes, we'll be back tomorrow morning. Hopefully to finish this clown up. Some really good ideas on Little Big Man Studios site for the shield patterns. So we're probably going to grab some from them. I need probably at least 5 different sets that we could just hand paint. And they probably make 11 or 12 appropriate ones, so I can just like skip all the ones I don't like. No. You posted the rules on Fanaticus. The game gets pretty intense with a Jenga tower. Really, I totally missed that one. Some backstory for all on my jester. Court jester, dark wizard, who stole a mithril candlestick. Decided to shatter his mind with spells. I threw him out with it. With 2 guys going to the woods, find a big hole in the ground. 2 guys go into the woods and find a big hole in the ground, okay? Multi-part joke. You know, I'm going to call this. I don't want to pull the sunny skin tone out here yet. We'll start this back up in the morning. And we'll see how much trouble I have going to sleep because I did have coffee, so. Get the bottom. Alright, hold on a second. They can't see the bottom, so throw in a small stone. Listen for it to hit bottom. Nothing. They get a bigger rock and throw it in. Nothing. Alright, I got to stick around for this joke. This better be a good one. Better you than me. I don't type very quick. I hate this lag. It's making typing so difficult. Yeah, I don't know why there's so much lag. There's like a 30-second lag. There really is. And I know this because I've been on other people's pages, and it's like, so I don't think that this, the verbal part is delayed at all, but the typing definitely is. One of the guys finds a railroad tie and chucks it in, okay? All right, good night, Rick. Hey, you're not going to stick around for the punchline of the joke? I got to stick around now. Maybe that's a good joke you could tell in a other accent, like, 2 guys go into woods, find a big hole in the ground. They can't see bottom, so they throw small stone, listen for it to hit bottom. Nothing. They get a bigger rock and throw it in. Nothing. One of the guys finds a railroad tie and chucks it in. Suddenly, a goat runs out from the bushes and jumps down a hole, surprises the two. Well, you don't want to type a really long thing, get almost all the way to the end, and just before you hit send, it like logs you out of it. That's happened before to me before. Leave something really long and then like, son of a bitch. Okay. Goat runs out from bushes, jumps down hole, surprises the two. Farmer comes up and asks if they've seen his goat. This isn't a Scottish joke, is it? I mean, it's not goat, not sheep. Never mind. I want to do a game that's set in the Middle East, and there's one character named Ahmed the Motherless Goat Herder. I think that would be just wonderful. Suddenly, a goat runs out from the bushes, jumps down a hole, surprises the two. Farmer comes up and asks if they've seen his goat. He tied it up to a railroad tie over there in the bush. I hope there's more to this. Only jokes I can remember are not appropriate to post on here, so I'm hoping this joke goes somewhere too. There's my wingman. I played a Middle Eastern inspired character. His name was Not with that name, he's not Middle Eastern inspired. Alaric Vinizir, a paladin of Serene, the goddess of healing and fire, wielded a scimitar of fire. It goes somewhere, goes down the hole. Oh, man. Kevin, you gotta warn me if you're gonna tell one of your jokes. I need to have some Irish whiskey. That's why the goat jumped down the hole. Yeah, I think we all get that. We're just expecting something better. Oh, man. That was like a rated G moment. Yeah, I know a couple good jokes, but I can't put them on here. I got to tell them in person. My favorite one was actually told to me by a girl, but we can't put that one on here. Yep. All right, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., right? 6 a.m. Eastern, It's the weekend. You guys got nothing better to do. Get your weekend off, started early. Maybe we'll have some jokes tomorrow. All the jokes I like, I can't tell. But not live anyways. I'll have to come over to your place and we can laugh about them. But anyhow, didn't get much painted, but it's all right. It is all right. It's the thought that counts. Okay, folks, have a good night. See you tomorrow and the following morning as well.